Ads will be ending in just a second. I'm trying to get Doggo Camp set up. There, enjoy one Ripley with a stick. Good morning, everyone. As you can tell from today's stream title, I got good news last night. I saw it this morning. Hi, Seeger. I am one of the newest affiliates for Monument Hobbies, which is the brand of paint that I'm basically changing everything over to. I kind of had already decided that that's the route I was going to go, and now I really have a reason to do it. So, you know, all good things. Hi, Ripper, you sweet baby. An ad should not be playing for you because I definitely just had ads end. That's no bueno. I'm sorry, Boots. Ripley, where go? I hope your brother's gonna go sniff your spot and make sure you missed any crumbs. He will find every single crumb. Every one. Sorry, Boots, you should not have gotten an ad because I don't have pre-rolls on. I have them turned off. I also have already run an ad, so... Yeah, I'm basically converting everything over to Monument Hobbies. I've fallen in love with the paints. I love the brushes already. I'm really enjoying using them, and as I start running out of stuff, I'm going to start switching everything over to Pro Acryl, I think. Well, Turbodorks, I'm not talking about Turbodork. Turbodork is a whole other thing because they're specifically, they don't do regular paints. All of their stuff is shift paints and specific colored metallics. I'm not walking away from Turbodork ever. No, 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 not ever. Morning, Mithrin. But in terms of my base paints that I use every single day for all things, I'm switching everything over to Pro Acryl as I go. Basically, as I run out of a color or I need a color, Pro Acryl is where I go first. I would never walk away from Turbodork. They have been amazing to me, and yeah. No, Turbodork is a whole. The thing is Turbodork is a whole other beast, because they make paints that are super unique to specifically them. You can't get their stuff other ways. Like some of their metallics, Monument Hobbies will have some like 1-to-1 matches for. But for the most part, Turbodork is just a whole other beast altogether. That's a completely different kind of paint. I'm talking about my everyday workhorse. I'm covering the entire mini and it paints. But our mini is looking very good. We're going to be working on the front of her today, along with a little bit on the back, but for the most part, that's what happened last night. Misty, hi! Can I get a shout out for Imperial, please? Good morning. How are you doing? So yeah, this is what the back of the mini looks like. She is really starting to get that coloring book feel. See, also, we have a Ripley. Ripley, Brody's mama's in chat. Yeah, I said Brody. Are we going to do the thing where we just use our bed as a pillow and not as a bed? Why are you sad? Is it because Papa's not home? Papa be home later. And then he'd be home for 4 days and you'll get sick of Papa. Yeah, I'm very happy. So I went really hard on the highlighting and it got very chunky. And I'm like, you know what? It started to look like a coloring book. I'm going to paint her to look like a coloring book. So, you know, that's what we're doing now. Because look, when you mess up, you pivot. She is for the Monument Hobbies November Challenge. She's using only Monument Hobbies paints, which I happened to become an affiliate for last night. I'm really excited about it. I like their stuff. They seem like pretty cool people. So I think I'm going to enjoy working with them. But I have her all outlined on the back. There is some touch-ups that need to get done. Not a ton, but there are some touch-ups on the back that need to get done in terms of, thank you, in terms of cleaning up some of these lines and what have you. But from a distance, like that 3-foot distance, you can still read it like it's a coloring book page, which is the important part, is that it will read at a distance as well as close up. But if I pull her up close, she real cute, y'all. So we're going to be doing the outlining on the staff and the outlining on the front of her today. Yeah, it kind of does get a little bit of a stained glass look to it. But no matter which, the goal is that no matter which way you turn her, you're going to see the coloring book or stained glass or however you want to look at it effect. So it doesn't matter which angle you put her at. It'll all be there. Nerd Holla, hello. Thank you so much. I'm very excited about it. So she is she's getting entered in the November challenge for Monument Hobbies, and then she's also going with me to PAX for my hero size mini for Arcadian Brush. Yeah, it's very much got that Borderlands like comic booky. So there is a very specific painting style that is called comic book. It's very similar to this, but it's much more sketchy. The lines aren't as smooth, which is a very, very cool style. I know quite a few painters who paint in that style. It goes really well with the Marvel Crisis Protocol stuff. But I'm going to get a glove on because I'm going to be handling her a lot, and I don't want the paint to rub off because of the oils on my hands. But yeah, it's kind of that whole vibe. I'm really excited about her. I'm really happy with how she's looking. I got schmutz on my glasses that is probably from Seeger. I will warn everybody, I'm a little punchy today. I'm running on 90 minutes of sleep. Before anybody fusses at me, I tried to go back to sleep. I tried all night. I could not sleep, and I'm wired this morning. So I'm up. When I get to a point that I'm tired enough that I need to get off of here and call it a day, I promise you I will. So before anyone fusses, because I know y'all are going to fuss, like, I don't know if B's here or not, but B can tell you every time he woke up during the night, I was awake. Thank you. I'm going to try to. I think part of B even streaming this morning, I've already done like all the stuff I needed to do for Fairwick for Kickstarter, or not Kickstarter, for Patreon. Got all of that stuff. Like, I'm just up. So I have caffeine. I've taken my ADHD meds. Hopefully everything levels out and I just kind of pass out after a stream. But if not, I'm going to sleep real good tonight. Because if I'm not sleepy by the time it's time to go to bed tonight, I'm drinking a bottle of wine. And potentially smoking some weed. We're sleeping tonight when we come hell or high water. All right, so I am outlining her in Payne's Gray. So I'm getting a little bit of that out. I don't have the big sheet on here because for whatever reason, the larger sheets of this paper stretch. And as they're stretching, I'm having trouble getting the paper to adhere and stay down on the mat for the wet palette. And I don't usually use a wet palette for a lot of stuff, and Monument Hobbies paints you don't even really need to. But because I'm using the same color repeatedly for a pretty extended period of time, it just keeps the paint moist. Yeah, I know, I said the word, deal with it. But we're hanging out. We have Doggo Cam. Miss Ripley is doing whatever Ripley does. Seeger is under my desk asleep. Hey, Primo. I get to see you in a week, and I'm very happy about it. How are you doing this morning, Lonzo? Can I get a shout out for Lonzo, please? Also, if we did not get a shout out for Boots, I need one for Boots. Of course. Oh, hi, Tiny. I hope you feel better. But yes, we have Ripley. We got Doggo Cam going for the day. And we are just going to work on outlining this bad boy. I have been working on her pretty much nonstop, as you can imagine. I sat here for 8 or 9 hours yesterday. Woohoo! I love that for you. Well, I'm glad you get to come hang out. I appreciate it. I know I stream while a lot of people are at work, so I always appreciate it when people can come through and chat. I won't be streaming tomorrow because it's holiday and I won't be home, but I will be streaming on Friday. Stream Friday may start a little late. We're going to see. What's the matter, baby? Oh, you hear the heat just turned on, huh? The heat turned on. Oh, hi. I'm going to sit down. What a good sit that is. People can't see you, though. We just have your head. Hey, Shiny, welcome in. Sorry, the doggo wanted attention. The heat turned on, so we've got, like, the smell of the heater just kicked up. And the air intake for our house. So we have a house that's basically sealed. We have an air intake that opens 2 or 3 times a day to let fresh air in. And then everything that gets vented out. But it just turned on at the same time as the heat, and the dog is like, that's a lot of noise. What's going on? Yeah, I know from a growth standpoint, it would be better for me to be streaming at night. However, I can't. I got a kid. I am jealous, Shiny. I just got done telling everybody I only slept for an hour and a half last night. Am sleepy, Panda. And I will go to my thinner brush here in just a moment. Right now, I wanted to get right down the edge of this. And there are some places that I know I'm going to need to touch up on the back, which that I'll be doing here in a little bit. Just while my hands aren't shaking, I want to get some of this line work done. Like right in here, I need to get that blend a little bit better. That is going to be easy enough. I already fixed the ones on this side quite a bit. But I need a little bit in here and a little bit in here to fix the blend, and it's going to look much better. I'll get rest eventually. Like I said, I'm sleeping tonight one way or the other because I got booze and weed in the house. So I am definitely sleeping tonight. I might be sleeping after stream if, you know, if I can get tired enough while I'm streaming, after stream, I may just go upstairs and go to sleep. You bought a new set yesterday? Awesome. I'm now an affiliate for Monument Hobbies, so you can !MH to get information and a link. You get 5% off with the link. You can use code PANDA at checkout one time for 10% off. So save the code for when you want to buy a bunch of stuff at once. I think the link you get 5% off regardless, but the code you can only use once. Now, there are a bunch of other monumentals, so you can go through everybody's codes. But once you're done with everybody, you're done with everybody. I don't know how many people got let into the program. I know I got my invite yesterday afternoon. I'm very excited about it. I very much like their products. I mean, y'all saw me. I sat here with the brush cleaner and I cleaned every paintbrush in this house. Some of them were like 10 or 15 years old, and it did a really good job, so. But I like their brushes, I like their paints. That is not what I have set up for Ko-fi, but okay, Awkwardish Bot. What is Awkwardish Bot do? What is Awkwardish Bot smoking today? That's what I would like to know. All of a sudden, my bot is dropping commands that I know I have turned off. Awkwardish Bot, please. I need, like, I am raising money via Ko-fi, but not for that. Like, we're raising money for the cost of the emotes, which, by the way, are fucking amazing. I should have them in hand in the next few days. But like that one was fully off. It was fully off, and it's set to have, I'm guessing it's just because we have a bunch of people in chat today that it triggered it, because I have it set to only pop up with like a lot of people talking in between. So I don't know. I guess chat's just chatty and the bot felt like talking. But the new emotes are really exciting. They're really, really cute. People on my Patreon have seen one of the drafts. I just got another one that has been sent to close friends. Patrons will get it this afternoon. I had to get all the Fairwick patron stuff because episode 3 for Fairwick dropped today. ! Fairwick for more info as to where you can watch publicly. See also at Fiends of Fairwick on Patreon. So episode 3 will drop to the public next Wednesday, but episode 3 dropped to patrons this morning. I couldn't sleep. I got up and started working. Yeah, you want to talk about Cerulean being fast? Let me explain to you how quickly she and Mrs. Rafiki captioned episode 3, so I only had to touch it for about 2 or 3 hours. And even then, I could have comfortably not touched it and it still would have been done on time. But do we love Gobbo Girlfriend? I'm very happy with Gobbo Girlfriend. Morning, Meridu. But yeah, all of the emotes are getting overhauled, so we are losing all of the Pride emotes that were like the free ones. My Know You emote, before you freak out, give me a minute. My Know You emote and all of my Fiber Arts emotes. All of those are pretty much going away. We're getting 8 new emotes, including a custom Know You emote in my colors with my panda's paw holding it. We're getting 7 other brand new emotes, and all of the remaining emotes are getting overhauled. New colors, new hairstyle, everything to match the new vibe of the stream. Because at this point, I pretty much know I'm never cutting my hair again. See, also, affiliates just got a whole bunch of new emote slots. I don't know how many new ones I have. I should look. We might even be able to keep the old ones. How many more slots do I have? None right now. I don't have any right now. They didn't double mine yet. So, but we're gonna have brand new emotes across the board. I know somebody's getting close to 75,000 bits. There's gonna be a new bits emote there. Tier 2 and 3 will have emotes back in their slots, and everything that is not done by Abby will be done by Abby. And I am her last emote commission. For at minimum the next 4 years, I am her last emote commission. So I got in right under the wire. Awkwardish bot, go home, you're drunk. The hell is wrong with Streamlabs this morning, y'all? I'm so confused. That command is not even supposed to go until 53 minutes after the hour or 53 minutes after I start streaming. I don't know what Awkwardish Bot is on today. It said, "Oh, you gave us new commands." Exactly that. We're going to be a menace. Awkwardish Bot said, "Did someone say robot overlords? Let me explain myself." Oh, hi, Ripper. Oh, baby. Hi, honey. That doesn't look like a comfortable place to sleep. Hi, chat. I'll get my face in here. She's laying on the floor right here under my chair. You want some thumps? You want some belly thumps? Yeah, here's a good girl. She's like, I have a full belly and I'm laying under mama. I gave her a stick right before stream. Oh god, I said the word out loud. Somebody stop me. Seeger's still under my desk asleep. But yeah, we're doing the hangout and paint thing today. I have 7 days, y'all, to finish this mini, have her photographed, turn her into Monument Hobbies, and then turn her into PAX in a week from Friday. So she gets turned into PAX on that Friday, but I don't have any time to work on her between point A and point B, so. The goal is to have her done today. If she's not done today, she will be done Friday. And then I can just find a piece to fuck around with for a couple of days until we leave. And then I don't really know what I'm going to work on after that. And I don't know what I'm going to work on tomorrow. So we're going over to the in-laws tomorrow. I usually have something to work on. Obviously, I'm not taking my paint stuff over there. Because, like, I could. I've got my travel case. It's, like, sitting right over there. But, like, that's not going to do me any good. Because I don't know if there's room to paint over there. So I think I'm just taking my laptop and I'm going to be working on my website. The website's getting a bit of an overhaul while I'm working on stuff. Just going to the new branding, new colors. It'll be getting new emote stuff. I think tomorrow is going to be a lot of hardcore me sitting around working on I'm going to be working on getting pictures together for my my gallery on my website. Which I actually think my gallery may end up being my homepage. Drying off the tip of this because I need to shake this paint. I'm trying to get like just the right color here to fix this. I hit it with the green by accident. And it's highly unlikely anyone would notice it, but you know, it's me. And you know, if I know it's there, it can't stay there. So how's everyone doing? Has everybody getting ready for the weekend? Long weekend for a lot of folks in chat, at least the US folks. I get to have B home for 4 days, which is really nice. Especially because we need to start getting ready to go to PAX, so. Trying to think of parts of this that I can work on the outlining that isn't scary right now. Because right now I'm a little terrified of the model because of the fact that I haven't slept. I will say I'm not going to do a ton of highlighting and lines on the body itself because I want her to look like she's coming to life. So really it's just like her ears are getting a little bit, her fingertips are going to get a little bit, her toes are going to get outlined. But I'm not going to go really heavy on lines and stuff on the rest of her body other than places where there's a very distinct, easy to spot line, because I want it to look like she's actually coming to life out of a coloring book page. So it's got that like juxtaposition of the very choppy lines of the drawing itself with the, okay, now she's coming to life part. See, also, I don't want to put lines on her face because it's not fixable once I do that if I fuck it up. Hey, Curious, welcome in. How are you doing today? Nice. Thank you. Yeah, I got most of the back done yesterday. I do need to do a little bit of touch-up work. But for the most part, it's all done. I may do one more that starts from this leaf and comes up into here. But I haven't decided yet, so that's why it's not there yet. You're the second person to say that. And it does kind of have a little bit of that stained glass feel. So I can see where people are coming from. Didn't time a handshake well enough. And I'm not going to be able to clean it off, so I will just have to go in with touch-up paint. The stuff around her hip on this side is a little difficult because of where the staff is, but we're gonna make do. Just making sure that I got all these lines right. It is very, very tedious work, y'all, but it's worth every line. And it's just tiny little brush strokes and small, tedious little lines. And a very delicate balance about how much paint is on your brush. Yeah, I love stained glass. It's a skill that they actually taught at my high school, and it's one of the few classes I didn't get to take because I was trying to be a fine arts major for college, so I had to take some very specific drawing classes and stuff to get my portfolio started. So I didn't get to do the unit where they did the stained glass because I was in a different drawing class. But I'm digging it. I'm real happy with her. She's been really, really well received so far in the mini painting community too, from everybody who's seen her. That might be a little bit too thick of a line, but it's fine. I can clean it up later. I'd rather the line be a little bit too thick, a little too girthy, than choppy and crooked. Welcome to mini painting and the things that we have to say. We're going to give you all an idea of what it's going to look like total when it's done. I can show you what the base looks like. So this is the base. Now I am going to repaint the rim of the base. I have decided I don't like the Payne's gray. I really liked it for about a day. I'm going to do the whole thing in black. Because if you look down on it, the Payne's gray looks like black. And then if you look at it from the side, it feels a little flat. So I'm going to paint it black. So it's that nice, dark, rich base on it. But this is what the base looks like with everything already outlined. And Ripley's hair. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in with this Payne's gray. I'm going to add some cracks to the stones. And then I'm going to put a little bit of moss, like actual tufts of moss on it, and outline those in the paint as well. To add to that it's coming to life thing. And then when she sits on her base, and I'm going to be careful to hold her on here so that she doesn't fall off and into paint, it's going to look like that. I have some fake leaves that I can add to her, as well as some tufts of moss, which I will do. But she's going to be photographed from that angle so that she's like looking right at the camera. And then the back looks like that. She'll get a photo from the back as well because I got to photograph both sides, but... So I'm really excited about it. I think she looks really good. Like I said, I'm going to keep working on outlining. Today is the goal, to get as much of this outlined as possible because she's pretty much painted. Anything else that needs color other than the gray outline is going to be me going in and touching up stuff that either I missed or things that the blends need to be a little bit better. I'm going to go in and clean up this line a little bit. So it's little stuff that's going to be for the rest of this, but for the most part, she's painted. I'm really happy with how the bottles turned out. And once all of that is outlined, it's going to look so good. Because all those little bubbles are going to get outlined too. Yeah, she's for the Monument Hobbies November challenge, which was a limited palette challenge where I was only allowed to use 5 specific colors plus black, white, and their Payne's gray, which is a blue gray. And then I'm also taking her 2 packs to enter for Arcadian Brush. Yeah, I'll show you the paints that we were allowed to use. So part of that was, you know, I really like the paint. I'm sold on the paint. I'm sold on their products. I really wanted to be able to sit down with a single piece and work on it. So this is the black, this is the black and white, and the Payne's gray. The Payne's gray is this blue gray color that I'm working with right here. So those are the 3 like basic neutrals. The Payne's gray is a really popular color. It's been around for a very long time. It's an ancient like watercolor color. It goes back to like the 1700s, I think, or 1800s. And then the 5 actual colors we're allowed to use are these 5. So it's the bold pyrrole red, the warm brown, the yellow ochre, the warm yellow, and the dark yellow green. Those are the only paints we're allowed to use. I can mix them in whatever shades I need or want, but it has to be from those 8 paints. Now, they do a thing because they know not everybody owns their stuff. If you don't own their paints in that color, if you can mix your own versions of that color, or if you have a color very close match from another company, you're welcome to use it and enter. They do not gatekeep entering. They just want to see people painting cool shit, which again is another reason why I really, really like the company. You know, they let anyone enter regardless of skill. They don't always base who wins on skill. October's challenge was the spooky minis. That's what I painted Morticia and Gomez for. Curious, I don't know if you've seen them yet. I will grab them because they're sitting over here. I just got to move my hairspray. My desk is a mess, y'all. So this was my Morticia and Gomez because they're my faves. So last month's challenge was it just needed to be a spooky or Halloween themed mini. And y'all know me, give me an excuse to find a mini from Twin Goddess to have B print for me to paint. This mini was an absolute asshole to paint, by the way. It was the worst. Like the full-on actual worst thing in the world to paint. And it was a pain in the ass to paint because he is not detachable. This is all one piece. The only thing that comes off is they are glued down to this base, but they themselves are all one piece. So I had to paint all of that cushioning and all of the highlighting and everything behind him with a brush around the poles. I had to paint like his tuxedo around her arm. I had to paint his legs and his shoes around all of this. I had to paint her. Y'all, this mini was a pain in the ass to paint, but I'm really happy with how it looks. I probably could have done more with it, but I was on a time crunch because this mini got to me a little later than I needed it. And there was a problem with the mini that we tried to fix, and then it didn't work. So I was behind the 8-ball painting her. I love how her dress came out. I need everyone to understand that I'm moving this around, and if you look, that's not just the light hitting a metallic. That's multiple layers of paint and different shades of silver brought up from black to look like a liquid silver dress or a liquid black dress. Like there's certain angles, like if I go right there, you can see that up under her, like under her breasts and stuff, it's still black. But when you rotate it and you look at like where the light's hitting on her thighs and stuff and the folds of the fabric, that's all silvers in super duper thin. You can see it real well on the top of the piece. But this is one of my favorite minis in existence. I really wish the pieces came apart because it was a pain in the ass to paint. I think if I were to ever do it again, I would have B slice it. I got yellow paint on my hands, y'all. I would have B slice it so that he comes off. I mean, even if just this back piece came off, it would be so much easier. But this was my thing for them for October. And they didn't even get to see the whole finished piece because I had ordered things to use for my photography that didn't show up on time. And I had asked in the Discord if I could post late, and I didn't get an answer directly from them. So I just left it with the photos I had taken of me holding it like near the end of things, just to get something turned in. Now for that one, there were a bunch of people who hopped in and were like, you know, my kid wanted to paint a mini for this month because they love Halloween. This is what they did. And there was like one or two people's wives who had never painted a mini before were like, I want to give it a try. And they entered. Monument Hobbies went in, and everybody who was not from the actual mini painting community, like regular mini painting community, so people's kids and spouses that had never painted minis before, all won. Every single one of those people that were like, I'm just going to put this out there as my very first mini, won one of the packages that they do. And then they pick the winners on top of it. So it's really, really, really cool. And they seem like I said, they seem like really sweet people. I hang out in their streams a bunch in the afternoons. What is my stream doing? Okay. My stream just hiccuped. It's fine. Whatever. I hang out in their streams in the afternoons. They are, like I said, very, very sweet. They have new stuff coming out Friday that I'm super excited about. But I can go back through because they have the past challenges archived. So they started these they've been doing these since October of 2020. So basically, as long as I've been streaming, they've been doing these challenges. And I didn't even know they existed until a few months ago. So the last couple of them. So September's challenge was white. You had to paint something white. It had to be the predominant color of the mini. And if you know anything about mini painting, yellow and white are the two hardest colors to paint. So white was the core color. You can paint whatever mini you want using whatever colors you want, but white had to be the predominant color on the mini. So that was September. August was freehand. Use whatever models you were, but there must be free-handed designs on it. July was monsters. You could paint whatever monsters you wanted. Couldn't be anything mechanical or guns. It had to be actual low-tech monsters. Werewolves, devils. June was doom and gloom. It had to be all grimdark stuff. What was May? May was Mecha May. I hope they do Mecha May again, because then I'm only going to paint the one mini for the month. Because, oh gods, I have to paint so many mechs. So yeah, they do a lot of stuff. And they, like I said, they seem like really good people. You know, they are, as a company, some of the people that run the company are a little older, so they don't, and they're not, being beardy white dudes running a thing, they don't always understand what some of us have had to deal with. Like, they followed me and they came in and tried to chat, and they couldn't because I had forgotten to turn off all of my extra protections that I had running, you know, while we were getting hate rated on a regular basis. You know, but they couldn't chat because somebody claimed their phone number on them. Cypher, hey, good morning, everyone. Hi. Hyrule Raid, how was the rest of stream? How was the rest of running around Hyrule? We are celebrating today. I have been named one of the Monumentals for Monumental Hobbies, so I am now one of their official affiliates. So everybody gets pretty cool discounts. I get a pretty cool discount, and I get to work with them more because I've fallen in love with their products. And I'm really excited about it. I applied a while ago, and I didn't think I got in, and then I got an email last night saying, hey, cool. So we're working on the challenge that I am painting for them. So anybody who's new here, hi, I'm Awkwardish Panda. I will wave because there's no doggo on Doggo Cam. We had a dog, and now she's under my chair. I'm not allowed to get up at this point because Doggo is under my chair. But this is Leaf the Goblin Druid from Twin Goddess Minis. It is for the Monument Hobby. I'm painting it for... Oh, thank you so much. I hope that work goes well and you don't have too many major meetings going into a holiday and they have a nice, easy day. I appreciate the rating for you trusting me with your folks. But this is Leaf the Goblin Druid. She is one of my favorite... Oh, no. I hope you find it and you don't find it with your foot. But I'm painting her to look like a coloring book, though now that we're looking at her and a few people have mentioned it, she almost more looks like stained glass. So I guess that's closer to the theme now. It is for a challenge. It's a limited palette challenge. I was allowed 8 colors of paint. I can mix them and match them and make whatever I want. And color mixing is my jam. It's my favorite thing to do with paints is make new colors out of other paints. But it is me just working on her. So I did most of the outline on this last night. Where we had left off on Monday, I had done like 1 or 2 of these leaves up top. And I had finished the base. Though I am going to repaint the rim of the base a darker color. But this is what the base looks like, and it kind of gives you an idea of what it's going to look like when it's done. I am going to be going in here and painting some cracks on the stones, adding a little bit of moss. But the whole idea is it's supposed to look like she is coming to life from a 2-dimensional object. So there's not going to be a ton of outlining on her body, but everything else is going to be very carefully outlined to look like a coloring book or stained glass. And then on the base, there's going to be some cracks and stuff in the stone. And then I'm also going to be adding in just a little bit of like moss that I have that fits this color palette that I can then outline and make it look like grass is growing up out of the stained glass. It's kind of going to look like I really want it to be a thing that comes to life. And hi, Leaf. I didn't say hi. I hope you're doing well. I'm really looking forward to getting to see you next week. Hey, Mandy, welcome in. I'm looking forward to seeing you too. I am very excited for all of our chaos. And yes, I have paint on my hands. I'm a mess. But there you go. This is what I am working on. This is what we are painting today. We were just talking about the previous Monument Hobbies challenge because they said it was a really interesting challenge that they did this limited palette thing. And they've done a few like that. Like I was saying, in September, your challenge was to paint a white mini. And white is one of the hardest colors to paint with. So the whole idea was white had to be the main color of the mini. But for this, I have my little Goblin Druid and I have my 8 colors. So the colors we were allowed to use, 3 of the 8 are black, white, and gray. Payne's Gray is kind of a blue gray. It's a very dark, dark blue. If you've been around here for a while, and I realized it a couple of days ago, this is the same color as the Wraithbone that I used for everything. It's almost a 1-to-1 match of the Wraithbone, or Wraith Black, not Wraithbone. It's the Wraith Black that I used from Army Painter. That's that like deep, 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 deep navy blue. It's Payne's Gray. So, and Payne's Gray is an actual color. They could have just named it that and made it a lot easier, but whatever, it's fine. So those are the 3 of the 5. The other 5 are dark yellow green, warm yellow, yellow ochre, bright pyrrole red, and warm brown. So these are it. These are the colors. And then I have black, white, and a blue gray that I'm allowed to use as well. And I'm allowed to mix and match them as much as I want. As you can see, I got a lot of very, very different colors on the mini. I have a lot of oranges, that kind of stuff, because I've mixed the colors together, because color mixing is my jam. It's my favorite thing to do. Color theory was one of my favorite classes in college, and I had to take it 2 times. So, and I wish everyone could see the doggo. She's being very sweet. I'll lean down in the camera and say hi, everybody. She's laying right here on the ground next to me. She's just decided that the floor is her home. I need to re-goblin sit though, so she might get up. Ripper, mommy's gonna move. Come on, I gotta move my chair. Come on. Yeah, go lay in your bed. There's a Ripper. Look at the good girl. Everyone say hi, Bab. This is the Bab. For scale, you can see how big she is. She's a beast of a dog. But I'm not sitting on my foot, and I'm very queer and cannot use chairs properly. So I needed to adjust how I was sitting, which meant upsetting the dog. But welcome in, everybody. I hope everyone is having a wonderful Wednesday. I hope everyone is getting ready for a holiday weekend if you are in the U.S. May your food be good, and may your family not be bigoted. And if they are bigoted, check that shit. But yeah, we're just hanging out painting today. I am running on 90 minutes of sleep. So I'm a little loopy and a little tired. As one can imagine. My wet palette is drying out because it's very dry in my house. So I'm going to give it a little more juice. Because the palette is not juicy enough. But yes, as of today, I am an affiliate for Monument Hobbies. Like I said, I have fallen in love with their products over the last couple of months. I've been getting stuff little by little as I need it. I have a couple of other colors from them that I bought to fill in gaps. Like the warm yellow was a gap filler for me. I already owned it. I also have their golden yellow, which I love this color, but like this warm yellow, full disclosure, like look, I'm going to put it right here just so y'all can see. Look how close of a match that is to my yellow on my stream. This is one of my 3 favorite colors in the world. So they have it in an actual paint, which makes me very happy. I know this man next door is not mowing his lawn on November 22nd. I do have an ad starting in like 2.5 minutes. I'm really sorry if anybody gets stuck behind the ads. I paused them when everybody came in just so everybody could come into stream and get cozy. Yeah, that's my dog going to be barking at my next door neighbor. Let's see, what else did I get from them? They're just straight up orange because orange is a color that I lack in my painting. I also got their magenta. This is an excellent color. I really want their dark magenta. It's high on the list of paints that I'm going to be buying. I actually was able to make this color with the palette that we have by mixing the bright pyro red, some white, and a little bit of blue, because this color is the best color in the world to put under yellow. If you base your yellows in this, it makes your yellows look much, much better. So as I'm needing paints, I am filling in with stuff from them. The goal is that eventually I'll have their entire set of stuff. Ever so slowly, I'm going to be working on doing that. I am going to get out of this hoodie because I all of a sudden just got really, really, really warm. Oh no. Well, then the universe said, take a break. So take a break. I'm exceedingly warm all of a sudden. I have no idea why. Y'all would be so proud of me. So obviously I'm running on no sleep, so everything is autopilot, but autopilot meant I didn't forget anything. I got up this morning. I remembered to brush my teeth. I remembered to brush out my hair all the way. I remembered all of my morning self-care routine. I took my meds on time. I waited the 30 minutes. While I was waiting the 30 minutes before I could eat, I did my teeth whitening. And then I went and made myself breakfast that was like actual real food. I made myself a German pancake for breakfast. I should just not sleep. But yes, it is the end of November. Ads are going to start in 30 seconds. What I'm going to do is hit the button and run them early. If you have questions or you want to chat, feel free to drop things. Let me know if you're behind an ad, and I'll answer after. But if you're not stuck behind an ad, I'll sit here and like chat. I remembered to order deodorant. I needed more. I'm almost out. I needed more for PAX. I remember to put it on the order that gets delivered today. Now I don't have to click the button because it's going to run anyway. So I'm going to sit here and paint. If you have questions, feel free to ask them. If you have anything you want to talk about, feel free. No one's going to miss anything. If you get stuck behind an ad and need me to repeat myself, I will. Just let me know. And in the meantime, we outline. Well, we outline if I don't have my magnifying goggles in a spot where I can't see anything. It was real bad. Everything was real blurry. I was very confused for a moment. Painting this edge is going to be kind of a pain in the ass, so because it's hard to see. I also have Seeger hair in my mouth. Get dogs, they said. It would be fun, they said. You're welcome. Literal dog hair in my mouth just because I exist in a space with my dogs. I may or may not have bit Seeger 3 or 4 hours ago. I might have done this to myself. And yes, I bite my dogs. I bite the things I love. Just ask Briar. Seeger thinks it's weird if I haven't bit his face at least once a day, to a point that he will just lay his face on my face in the mornings. It's not like a bite hard enough to hurt anybody. I just go, argh. And then he looks at me like I'm wild. Yay for collapsed windows. Welcome back, Misty. We do love collapsing tabs. To be honest, my own collapsed too, because I lurk just in case there's an emergency. I always lurk in Cypher's streams when I'm streaming. So right now I'm just basically doing edge highlighting on the front of her cloak. And I'm just being extra careful not to like nick her dress. Because I would 100% cry if I'm going to repaint this dress. The yellow would be the hardest thing to remix. Because I had to mess with these yellows for hours to get them right. Misty, how are you and yours doing? This man really is full on mowing his lawn on November 22nd at 11:20 in the morning with snow in the forecast for this weekend anyway. I'm telling you, I absolutely love that my neighbors on both sides have things that they are passionate about. I love it for them. I think it's great. I hate it for me that on one side it's lawn care and the other side it's drums. Yes, 6:30 a.m. drums at that. I was so mad. Not near as mad as Briar was. He walked in the kid's room to wake her up for school and drumming next door. I suppose that's where the silver lining is that the drumming is on the side that I don't sleep on, because if that woke me up, my neighbor would have had me at the front door in my PJs. And angry. That line is a little thicker than it needs to be, but I can clean that up with this cream color paint later. like trying to decide which angle to go at here for things. It's difficult because it's hard to see like right where these lines are going, so I'm trying to be extra careful, but I also know that they're going to be sitting there with a flashlight flipping this mini around. So and even if they're not, I have to act like they are. Because at Golden Demon, they absolutely will be. For those of you who are new here, Golden Demon is the Games Workshop major painting competition that they do twice a year, every year. Once at Adepticon in the greater Chicago area where I go every year now. Thank you, Pirate, for getting me hooked on that show. And then at Warhammer Fest in the UK. So they do it twice a year, once in the US, once in the UK. I have multiple pieces that are being entered in the US competition this year, provided that I finish them in time. As you can see by the counter at the top of the page, I have 118 days and no entries complete, and I have like 10 of them planned. I do have several that are in progress. I would really like to get to a point where at least one thing is done, though. So I might be, while I'm waiting for terrain to print for my diorama, I might be working on like a single squig or mini from the squig box to go for my unicorn squigs. Keep nicking spots. At least I'm nicking spots that are easy to fix, but oh my god. Oh boy, my hand just shook and I just got blue paint fucking everywhere. It's fine because I can fix it, but ooh, I gotta be more careful. It might actually be this paper too, because I'm using a different paper than I was using yesterday, so the paint just might be a little juicier than it was. So I just got to be a little bit more careful. And if need be, I'll go down a paintbrush size. Because guess what? I do have smaller ones. Not many, but I do have smaller ones. I'm going on the small brush. My hands are just shaky and I feel like I'm like just gonna lose my brain a little bit if I don't have my tinier brush out. So I just need something a little tinier with a little bit more control for me, because I have those wonderful handshakes. Calm down. I think I have one brush smaller, and I'm gonna have to go down to one brush smaller. Question is, where the fuck is it? Down to my 30. This paint is just too juicy. I did this to myself. I need to get the other paper out. I used a different kind of paper because I wanted something a little smaller. But this paper with this particular sponge, they're not working really well together. I'm just going to get a brand new piece of paper and we're just going to start over. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Not end up with yellow paint all over myself like I did earlier. There's no paint on my hands before I move my hoodie because my garbage bag is not on the hoodie. I put the garbage bag on the floor when I move the hoodie. I'm gonna get another sheet of paper out, which means I'm also gonna need to get a new glove, which means I'm also probably just gonna wash this paint off my finger. We're just gonna start fresh, because I'm starting to get a little worried. I'm just going to go back to the Game Envy paper because I know how it's going to perform on that. While it's a little different and I don't necessarily love how much this paper stretches because it is a different kind of paper and it works a little bit differently. I want to go with what has been working thus far as opposed to trying to figure it out. The other one was working till it wasn't. Okay, can we unroll, please? So wait for the magic of the paper to roll back out. Or maybe it doesn't want to. It's fine, that's why I have palette weights. Palette weights will keep the paper down and will also keep your palette from stinking. There. Yeah, suddenly Panda ASMR. All right, get a fresh glove. At least a glove that is not sweaty and covered in paint. Go back to the brush I was using and take a breath and hope that my issues have resolved themselves. And immediately get an air bubble right under where the paint I'm using is. Yep, it was the paper because it was a much cleaner line just right off the bat. All right, well, lesson learned. Don't use that paper with this paint or this palette, which is fine. I just was using it because it was smaller because this one stretches, so it gets these wrinkles in it, and I hate it. But I would much rather have the wrinkles and have the paint doing what it's supposed to do. Now I will go in and clean up the, because if you look at it up close, you can see there's like little drips that are a little bit wider than they should be. I can clean that up with the yellow later. We'll work on cleanup once I get more of these lines down. I'm just going to be super careful with these lines again, and when they're all down, I will go back with, the colors needed to fix and clean up the lines. I did a lot of that on the back side of this piece. Because there will absolutely be touch-ups needed, which that happens, right? Like think about it almost like a tattoo. Like the line work can get a little fuzzy and you just go in and clean it up. What's everybody up to today? How's everyone doing? If you are participating in Thanksgiving shenaniganry tomorrow, what are you up to? If you're going to PAX, what are you up to? I don't like it. I don't know if I like this liner on the top. Oh, nice, Nerd Hollow. That's awesome. If you want to go ahead and drop the link to that channel, go ahead and drop it so people can follow. Yeah, I really want to watch the dog show. We're not going to get to because, thankies. I will go follow that right now before I forget. I think I'm on the wrong channel to do that, but I can follow it from all of my... I have several accounts. Somebody asked me the other day why I have so many Gmail accounts that attach. I'm like, well, I have my personal account, and then I have my business account, and then I manage a show. Then we have my family account because I have children. That was a much cleaner line, so. Finishing dice sets to give away packs, rad. I know they've been advertising them on Instagram a bunch. How many people have seen the adult boppies and how many people want one? I've never wanted something so bad in my life with my short ass little arms that don't touch the fucking anything because my arms are so short. It's literally a grown-up boppy, but they make it super long in the front. A boppy pillow. They have them for babies. They're like a little U-shaped pillow that help babies sit up. Well, now they're making them for grown-ups that go around your middle, but they're super long. Like the padding in the front is longer so you can rest your wrists on it for like when you're gaming and stuff. But if you know me, you know that I have... Well, so yes and no. For me, I wouldn't need to be leaning into one because I have exceedingly short arms compared to the rest of my body. With my height, I am almost all torso. And because I was in gymnastics from a very young age, my limbs the growth plates overlapped. So the growth plates on my arms and legs did not fuse correctly because I was so hard on my body when I was little that I'm all torso, but then my arms and legs are very short. So if like I go to put my arms down, like put it this way, I'm sitting in this chair as low as it can go right now and my feet can't touch the floor. So I'm sitting on my feet. And I have, can I get a shout out for Pirate, please, as well as Ashenworks? Hello, everyone. Pirate, hi. I get to see you in a week, and I'm very excited about it. It is. I'm so excited. I am now an official affiliate for Monument Hobbies. I'm one of their monumentals. I found out yesterday. I actually got the email from them about an hour after they got an hour after they got offline yesterday. I got the email. Not more importantly, you stop that. We want to see you. The dog is a bonus. We love Kiros, but we love you too. Pirate. My child is looking forward to seeing you more than she's looking forward to any chance she has to actually meet Matt Mercer. Please understand that you are the reason people are happy to see you, not the dog. I do a fuss, and now I'm done fussing. What do you think, Pirate? You think she'll at least catch some attention at Arcadian Brush? I don't expect her to win anything because she's not like that true blended style. I also finished, like, look at that. I am so excited about how the back of this looks. It has been determined through this stream that it is absolutely, it's absolutely stained glass more than coloring book. I have to go in and fix the blend that's right in here. But I'm going to do that later. I'm trying to just focus on getting a lot of this line work done. But I sat here for 8 or 9 hours yesterday just drawing lines. And that's what I'm going to be doing today. I would like to have her done today. I don't think I'm going to finish her. I might. It depends. Sure, go ahead. Pirate, you never have to ask. You are, and I'm saying this specifically to Painting Pirate, you are always allowed to give suggestions. Because I trust your judgment most of the time more than I trust mine. Ooh. Good call. Her base is round. Maybe... I'm gonna have to think about a way to do it. Yeah. Get like a little shadow box or something for her and put like... Maybe I don't glue her down to her base. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I'll have to think about that. Yeah, no, that's a very, very good idea. I'm going to have to look and see if I can find a shadow box. I might have to go shopping this weekend. Like, I'll pin her down or glue her down. Like, I wonder... Because, so here's her base, right? See, also, mods, if you could double check the things, I'd appreciate it. Thank you for the follow. So this is her base, because I have the base done, too. You know what? I may be getting off stream when I'm off stream, and instead of going to bed, I might be going to Michael's. Because I think you're right. I think that's the perfect idea. You are very much helping. See, this is what I love about the mini painting community that you don't see in other crafting communities. Pirate and I are directly competing against each other in this competition. And he's like, hey, here's how to make your mini look better. And there's lots of other mini painters that do that. That's why I love this community so much. So yeah, she sits on her base like that. It really is, Misty. The mini painting community on Twitch is its own beast in a lot of ways. Like, getting people to stop using ableist language is really difficult. You're going to hear crazy and insane and stupid and silly, like, all the time. And it's really, really hard to get people to stop doing that. Hey, Twinderella, welcome in. Working and lurking. I'm working on a gobbo. Look, she's a little thickum. She's so cute. She's my little stained glass thickums. But yeah, the mini painting community is on Twitch is wild. but it's great. And people around here, they're really, really supportive. People are really cool for the most part. There are a few bad faith actors, but for the most part, everybody's really cool. You know, you have a lot of people in the mini painting community that aren't on Twitch, that are some of the kind of old school, like, they have their specific way of painting and they think anybody who does anything different is wrong. So, you know, people like Brush for Hire are like, okay, well, fuck you. So we're going to do Ballerina Space Marines for Golden Demon. And when you go look through the Golden Demon case, you're going to have to look at Space Marines and tutus because fuck you and your standards. This year it's Unicorn Squigs. Which, if I can get her done by Friday, I'm going to build a couple of the squigs to bring with me to start painting at PAX. Speaking of which, Misty, I don't know. I know you're an ambassador now, so I know, like, you do a lot of stuff in the creative community. Have you heard about the push to get mini painting turned into a category of its own? I know it's in the Twitch user voice. I know it's got 600 or 700 votes so far. Yeah, I'm getting constant emails that more people have signed it because we're all pushing for it because of, yeah, no, so let me grab it. Does one of my mods have it, or you want me to look it up? I don't think it's in I don't remember where it's at in Discord. Thank you, Pirate. So yeah, there's a push because so mini painting, hang on, my face is going to be totally blown out on camera. I'm sorry. My lights are very bright. I will try to sit back so people can see me. So there's this thing with mini painting, right? Because of what mini painting is, Goobertown Hobbies is who started it. There's actually several other ones, but Goobertown's is the first one to really take off. You can see why I don't use a face cam right now because my lights get blown out really bad. No, Goonhammer is also a thing. For mini painters, and this is for everybody in chat, please go sign that user voice. Spread it around if you can. We don't have a category. And a lot of people are like, well, you don't need a category. But here's the thing we do, because miniatures are its own thing. Because right now, if you were to hit the mini painting tag, you're going to find people in the D&D category, the Warhammer category, the Makers and Crafters category, the art category, and the just chatting category. Because we don't have a place. Because of the way that Twitch changed tags, unless you go into a stream where somebody is mini painting and click mini painting, you also don't know where to search. It's one of those hobbies that, because of the nature of the hobby, some of it is branded to a specific game, like D&D and Warhammer. Sometimes you'll see people painting for Pathfinder. Because there's no one specific category that says mini painting, we're spread out all over the place and we can't find each other. I didn't know how big the mini painting community on Twitch was until I switched over to full-time painting back in March. And even then, it took me 3 or 4 months to realize how many people were doing this. I appreciate it, Misty, so much. It's just a huge push that people are doing because we don't have a place on Twitch. They want to talk about how, you know, discoverability comes off from other parts of the platform or other platforms, you know, just search for things. But it's not even just that, because under the tags, you can find it under miniatures, mini painting, miniature painting, and painting. And you never know which tag somebody's going to have because there's no more, these are the set tags, pick one. It's now put in what you want. And if somebody has a spelling mistake or capitalizes something that somebody else doesn't have, we can't find each other. And we don't have enough tags to just put in every iteration of mini painting. But then we also don't have a category we can stream in. Because is it makers and crafting? Yeah. A lot of it's 3D printing and assembling things and building things. Is it art? Yeah, it's fine arts. We paint. You know, is it Is it Warhammer? Absolutely. Warhammer is an entire line of minis that many people in this chat paint. Is it D&D? Absolutely. This could be a D&D character. This one, even though she's scaled up, this is my personal D&D character. Like, I have the actual mini for this. See, that would be fine. See, but Misty, that would be fine too. People would be on board for that. But Twitch has already said they're not bringing back the creative category because there was a user voice on that and they denied it and said, we're not doing that. I would be fine with that, and I think all of the mini painters would be fine with that too. If there was a static, continual tag and one place where we could all do our work in the same thing, I think everybody would be fine to that. All right, let me put this back on doggo cam in case we get a dog, because ain't nobody want to look at my blown out mug. This is, by the way, though, like, please understand that I've only adjusted the exposure a little bit to make the void dog show up when he's laying over there. I glow in the dark. Yeah, I missed the static tags for subcategories. If it was all under creative, I think everybody would be fine with it. But because it looks like they don't want to bring the creative category back at all as its own thing, I know the mini painters would love to just have a mini painting category. I know there's a lot of us that would be happy either way, just because it would be so much easier for us to find one another, which is kind of the biggie. Yeah, I mean, sewing would be perfect because there's so many people that do various different types of sewing. And people are always under either art or under makers and crafting. It doesn't have the added complications of D&D, Warhammer, you know, Pathfinder, all of that stuff, but it's the same thing. People stream under art or stream under makers and crafting, and you got to pick one or the other. Like, I'm under art today just to see what the numbers do. Because I'm usually under makers and crafting. But then if you go to makers and crafting and you look at, like, you go to sites like Twitch Tracker or like Twitch Tracker or Twitch Metrics is a really good one. You can look under makers and crafting. The most popular makers and crafting stuff is all keyboard builders. It's all keyboard builders, and the one guy that does Japanese printmaking is a beardy white dude that lives in Japan and does printmaking. But he's not ever even going to be an affiliate. He has a Patreon. And he's been around forever. But other than that, it's almost all keyboard builders. Anybody that does anything different than that, it's really, really hard. Once in a while, you'll see somebody crop up. And a lot of it is we just want to be able to find one another, especially because we can't host each other anymore. So now you can only raid. It's so hard to find new people. I don't know what their reasoning is, but whatever their reasoning is, it's bullshit, because every time a brand new fucking video game comes out, it has a tag months before it comes out. There are games that don't even have release dates yet that have tags. So it shouldn't be that difficult. And it's like, so again, I know I'm not really painting, I'm ranting, but here we are. One of the most frustrating things is the reason they won't do it for crafting and art stuff is because it's not lucrative for them to do so, and all Twitch cares about is money. And most of us who do this kind of stuff, quite a bit, especially the mini painting community, make their money off of commissions. They don't make their money on Twitch. There's a lot of people that are mini painters that have enormous amount of subs. That part you disagree with? Really? I think it makes them no money so they don't care about us. Because I'll tell you right now, I have 42 subs in this channel. And it has only gotten lower for the last year and a half. Yeah, well, that's probably true. No, no, I agree with you on that. That's probably very true. But I think if somebody crops up with an idea of, hey, this should be a tag. Because we had static tags for so long. Oh, no, I know it's not a simple... No, I totally agree that it's not a simple change. I just think that if Twitch cared enough about discoverability for people that aren't gamers... Dragon, hi. Welcome in, y'all. Here, we'll get back to the conversation in just a minute. Hi, if you're new here, I'm Awkwardish Panda. I am panda-sized, queer, awkward. We're having a discussion about, thank you for the follow. We're having a discussion about Twitch and coding and all of that stuff. Right, exactly. Yes, it's a panda. Welcome in, y'all. Can I get a shout out for Dragon, please? Oh, we already got one. Thank you, mods. Welcome in, y'all. Dragon, how are you? It's good to see you. Yeah, I know it's not an easy to implement across the board thing. I understand that. So please don't get me wrong on that. I just think that if you have a user voice that's got 600 or 700 people on it, right, exactly. No, and I understand and I agree with that too. So thank you for pointing that out because you're both absolutely right. I don't always think about it from the coding standpoint. I also do think about it from the what happened when with what I've had to deal with Twitch personally. So, you know, I was a great marketing for Twitch until I wasn't. That part, Pirate. That part right there. Yeah, my tabs collapsed too. I was lurking. I think I have one more tab left. I need to go look at my other window. I think I have one tab left where I wasn't lurking. I have one tab left. Let me go close all these things that are open to me. Oh yeah, no, I know they do a lot, and I know that they're going through growing pains, and Twitch just is generally not a lucrative site for Amazon to begin with. Like, and I understand all of that. I fully understand all of that. My biggest problem is what Pirate just said. Changes to support discoverability for crafters aren't prioritized because there aren't as many of us, but there aren't as many of us because we can't be discovered on the platform. I feel like the creative tag coming back, like as a blanket thing, as a quick fix, would be the quickest of fixes. You know what I mean? I feel like that would be a potential middle ground. I don't think the clip changes are going to help me at all. Clips have never helped me except when I was gaming. People don't clip my content. I could be profound, I could be funny, I could be playing a game and say something super, super silly and totally for it, and no one clips my stuff, and I don't have the time to go back and listen to my streams and clip it myself. Clips do nothing for me. Dragon, which stream though? So we know who to shout out so we can come hang out. And thank you, Vanishie. I'm very happy. You can take a peek down here in the corner. Is a bunch of my stuff that I've painted over the years. Some of it's really good, some of it's not great, but I also try to show off the stuff that's not great so people can see improvement happens with practice. Ooh. Pirate, that's brilliant. I'm stealing that. Because I've already got it right there. Oh, you're going to be over on Split the Party? Awesome. I will try to be there if I can be. Yeah, I mean, like, we've had this discussion, right, in this stream. I applied for partner. I was right there with the numbers. And my biggest thing when I was going through the I'm really close, they were telling me to reapply every 4 weeks. And I was, and they were like, you're still growing. We're here for it. Keep working on it. Apply again, apply again, apply again. And my application always centered on, I want to do more for the creatives and makers and crafters on this platform, because I fully feel like y'all just need more input from those people. And if I'm going to be a Twitch partner, I want it to be an actual partnership, not a, ooh, I get a check mark. I want it to be something where I can work with y'all to help grow that, because this is a really good outlet for people, especially during the pandemic. And it seemed like it was going really, really well up until I got the Get Good email. Because once I got the Get Good email, that all went out the window. And then I had that big front page slot and all of my support dropped. So now I don't have the numbers anymore. Oh no, I fully believe that too, Misty. Keep in mind, this was also a year and a half ago. Almost 2 years ago. It was my first partner application was after my 1 year streamiversary, I think, if I remember correctly. It was after my 1 year streamiversary. Yeah, numbers are super weird for everybody across the board right now. But I think a lot of that also has to do with people are going back to work. People are going out. But I went from, like, when that was happening, I was sitting in the upper 60s. And then my application got pushed to somebody, I think, different than who was originally reviewing my stuff. And I got an email back saying, get to 75 or don't bother applying again. And then my numbers took a really big hit that June after my front page slot for the for the gaming awards for the Rising Star class of 2022. I took a really big numbers hit right after that. And then this past March, when I stopped doing fiber arts and switched to just straight up mini painting, I lost more than half of everything. I've taken since the beginning of 2021, since February of 2021, I have taken a 90% income hit and about a 75% viewer hit. Oh Lord, they're out hunting again. I live near a hunting preserve, and it's very, very expensive to hunt there off of the 1 weekend a month they're allowed to do it. So somebody spent about $550 for the pleasure of popping off shotgun shots for the day, and both of my dogs are irritated. You know, and I fully get that, but I had really hoped, because I know when I was applying, there weren't that many partners. I really, really hoped that I was going to be able to do some good for the makers and crafters category, just in general. Now, I don't think I'm ever going to see partner, and I'm fine with that. Oh, Lord. Now Awkwardish Bot is putting other stuff. I turned off all of these, y'all. And they all just got turned back on when I added a thing. Like, I fully understand I'm never going to be a partner, and I'm fine with that. Like, I'm fully okay with knowing that's the way it's going to be. Hello, please stop focusing on the blob of paint and focus on the mini camera. Thank you. You know, my goals just changed because I had to change them. And it's fine. Like, I'm not mad about it, right? I'm not. I know the way it works. Like right now, if you go look, and Tom did a TikTok on this the other day. If you go look, the most popular time to stream on Twitch is now 8 p.m. Eastern. I was really upset about it when I got the Get Good email. I was really upset about it. Like, I almost quit streaming that day. I was prepared to delete the channel that day. Because after almost 3 months of apply again in 4 weeks, you're doing really well. Apply again in 4 weeks, you're doing really well. Don't tell me to apply again if the answer was get to 75 or don't apply. It was the constant telling me that I was exactly what they were looking for. They just wanted the numbers to be a touch higher. And then every time I applied, the numbers had gone up by 5, 10. And then for them to be like, get to 75 or don't bother applying again. Like, and then to add insult to injury, I know whoever got that app didn't fucking read the app because they gave me the instructions as to how to read my analytics. I gave them my fucking analytics. Word for word across 5 different websites that track Twitch stuff. I gave them all of my information. I was the number 3 most popular makers and crafters streamer for like a month. But that wasn't enough. Did I just eat the mic to say that? Yes, because I was real pissed at that point. I'm fine now. That day I was pissed. I almost quit that day. Because it was just straight up disrespectful to be like, 75 or don't bother, here's how you read your analytics. I literally gave them my stats down to how much money I was making for the website, how popular I was in different categories of stuff that I was streaming, my viewer numbers, my VOD watch numbers, how much money I was making from ads that were running on the channel because I had so many lurkers. Whole 9 yards. I gave them all of that information and they go, you should probably learn how to read your analytics. It was probably one of the only days I seriously cried over Twitch. I curled up in a ball in my office and I cried for like 3 hours. Alone in my house in the middle of the day. I was working my entire ass off. See, also, I have ads that are going to pop in like 2 minutes. I really apologize to anybody who gets stuck behind the ad wall. If you want me to repeat anything I say during ads, I will. Obviously, you can sub to the channel to get rid of ads, or you can get Twitch Turbo, which is also awesome. If you have a Prime sub floating around, feel free to drop that here because Daddy Bezos really does not need your money, especially this week. I do. All right, well, enjoy your lurk. Thank you for being here. I appreciate anyone who sticks around from a raid and lurks. The numbers always help. I love that they gave her like the littlest belly. It's so cute. Yeah. Twitch very rarely makes me cry. The biggest tears of anger or sadness revolving around this hell site was that email. And when I got my numbers for April of 2022. No, 2023. This year, April. Because the number of people that walked away when I went to full-time mini painting because I wasn't doing fiber arts anymore was insulting. Like, don't get me wrong, people are allowed to watch what they want. I want people to enjoy the streamers that they watch and hang out with the streamers they want to hang out with and consume the content that they want to consume. But knowing that like probably 50 or 60% of my community was only here for my fiber arts and they hated my painting that much, it was rough. And I kind of realized at that point I was starting over at square zero or square one. I was starting from nothing basically. Other than, the handful of people that have been here for a really long time and stuck around for me. And the people in chat who are here who know who they are. But I thought the number of people that were going to stick around for me was going to be much, much higher. But I will say, in spite of everything, I'm much happier painting than I am doing fiber art. And I think that's my big takeaway is I'm much, much happier doing this. Yes, it means finding new community. Yes, it means finding new viewers. Yes, it means starting over. But I'm so much happier doing this because streaming fiber arts was sucking the life out of fiber arts for me. Yeah, exactly. It sucks because it was really starting to stress me out. I was just getting, and part of it too was the fact that I felt like I had to do it because the numbers pointed so hard to, if I'm not doing fiber arts, no one wants to be here. Welcome back, anybody who was stuck behind ads. We're just talking about the fact that I'm much happier mini painting than I was when I was doing variety crafting. Because I am. Yeah, exactly. Exactly that, Misty. Yep. Oh God, closing down my Etsy store was the best thing I ever did when I switched over to I will only take commissions. I'm not trying to sell all the things anymore. And that really started the realization that I was not going to be happy just doing fiber arts. And yes, go follow me on Insta if you're not already. How many posts are you allowed to have for Friday's Pandemonium? Whatever the rules are. I mean, if you want to drop one extra one shiny, I'll let you drop one extra one because I don't think we have that many. I'd have to go look at exactly how I wrote the rules. I don't have them pulled up in front of me, and people haven't really been participating. So for those of you who are new here, if you join the Discord, we have a Friday afternoon Pandemonium where at the top of stream, we show off work from the community. So if one of the mods could ! Discord, thank you, Cerulean. You can drop work in there, and then I will pull it up on stream Friday at the top of stream, and we'll look at everybody's stuff they've been working on and all that kind of stuff. And then I get back to painting. Like, I don't even know if I'm going to play games on stream anymore, y'all. Unless it's really just I need a day off from painting. I may not even game anymore unless it's like a day that it's such high pain that I don't have a choice. And it'll be whatever the fuck I feel like playing and not, you know, I'm working on this on Fridays. Like, I'm not even gaming off stream anymore. I'm painting. And if I'm not painting, I'm doing TTRPG shit. Because, oh, hi, I have 2 shows. One of which I run. I have to re-goblin sit. I put my foot down for Seeger while all the loud noises were going off, and now I'm twisted funny and I'm not comfortable. I know mommy moved her foot, but there's no more loud noises. You're fine. Oh, big baby. Oh, look at all of those Pete. There's so many toe beans right next to my chair, y'all. There's just a pile of toes. Yeah, the contest crunch is very real. But it's what I want to do. I want to paint for competitions. I want to get better at painting. I like the competition scene in minis. Just because it forces me to get better. That's the biggie, is it forces me to get better. It forces me to practice. It forces me to learn new skills. And then I also get to go to places like Adepticon and hang out with really fucking cool people. Like, I get to go to PAX, and I get to hang out with really fucking cool people, many of whom are my friends. I lean my brush to the side a little bit, and I got blue on her leg, and I don't want to have to repaint it, so I'm trying to get it cleaned off of there as quickly as possible. Almost got it. I think I've got it to a point that it's not going to look super bad. All right, well, we'll let that side dry and we'll go do the other one. PAX is so much fun. PAX is fun, and for me, it's weird fun, because, like, I'm going out with my friends, and I'm having all this fun with my friends. My husband is going to be there with me. It's our 10-year anniversary. We probably aren't going to see each other most of the weekend. We didn't last year. It was, I'm going out, and this is where I'm going to be. Okay, cool, have fun. Me and the kid are going to go do this. Like, I have full freedom to go be a gremlin with all of my friends. He doesn't care. There was one night I didn't walk in the hotel until like 4 a.m. and he was like, whatever. I don't know. I don't know what Automod withheld. I didn't see anything pop up in Automod, actually. So Automod didn't withhold anything, so it's got to be something on the banned words list. Either banned word list or it's a banned emote, one of the two. All right, let's try this one more time with feeling. What do we say? Oh, that's so much better. But yeah, nothing cropped up in Automod. Yeah, that means you posted something that's on the banned words list, or it's one of the banned emotes, which is also on the banned word list. We have a bunch of banned words here. Lots of them, most of them are slurs, but also anything that's considered heavily ableist is not allowed. We also have a few emotes that are banned because they are representative of terrible people, or they are used in a manner frequently to harm marginalized people. Yes, sus is a banned word because sus is homophobic. So sus, S-U-S-S, is not, because that has a completely different meaning than S-U-S. I think I have a sus command that will give you a link to why it is homophobic. if I could actually type in one of these chats. Like typing into the air nowhere. There you go. It is. People shorten the word suspicious and have like kind of tried to use it for other things, but it is a homophobic. It has been very heavily used against effeminate, mostly effeminate black men. So it's also racially charged homophobia. And so we choose not to use it here just to be, you know. Correct. And those other connotations, because when anybody like has invited me to play on stream and such, I always request that people not use that term. And it's made it to a point that now I don't get invited to play Among Us on streams with people because I won't use it, and I ask other people not to. And I'm just like, okay, well then I just won't play. And I think a lot of it is a people don't know kind of thing. But, you know, people also don't know about Pepe and use it anyway. And it's pretty widespread knowledge that Pepe has been co-opted by the alt-right and is a right-wing dog whistle. So we don't allow any of those emotes here either. You're welcome. We're all learning. We're all learning, and I'm always very careful, you know. That's why I have it set up so that people can't say it in the stream. Because then it just discourages people from actually trying to use it, because it's never going to go through. Like, I didn't know at first. And now I do, and when you know better, you do better. Which that's another reason why, in terms of volume of people, my stream struggles. Because I have a lot of the words just straight up banned. Because I don't have the bandwidth mentally to correct every single person that says crazy in chat. And I don't always have mods here. I mean, I usually have a couple of mods here that if I yell for help, they can help. But not for like little, and I wouldn't do that unless it was like something major, like another hate raid. So I just keep the stuff blocked. But stuff like that, stuff like having, you know, the extra protections and stuff on, has made it very difficult for growth because most people don't in the mini painting community. Most people don't have all those extra protections on. Most people don't care if you use that kind of terminology. But most people in the mini painting community are beardy white dudes. So those of us who are marginalized and do have to uptick our stuff and do have to look out for ourselves, you know, we don't get the traction. And that's another thing that I dislike about Twitch. And I don't think that it's Twitch's fault per se. However, using safety tools should not hamstring somebody's numbers. No, it's fine. There's nothing can go through if it's a banned word. It'll just pop up that my moderation settings won't allow the term to go through. But it's just one more thing that I dislike about the site in general, and it's really no one's fault other than the fact that we live in a heteronormative, patriarchal, white supremacist society. People expect to be able to do X, Y, Z, and when they can't, they just leave. No, it's really not. This is one of those things where it's not Bezos. That's just general stuff. People want to be able to say whatever they want to be able to say. It's why the streamers with the Wild West chats where they don't moderate what people are saying, and as long as it's not a slur, they just let people talk about and say whatever they want. It's why those streams are more popular. Because people like people enjoy the being able to be anonymous behind a screen name with no face. Correct. Hey, Valk. Right, exactly. This part is so stressful. I should not be doing this on stream. I should do that after stream. I'm going to do the stripes on the gown after stream. Yeah, there's literally no good answer outside of people just don't be assholes. But that's asking too much of a lot of people. You know, so it's like, do I delete all of my banned terms and see if more people will come chat that way and then have to correct everyone? Well, yeah, I mean, it would make it more manual. It would mean I would have to correct every single person that drops something in chat. Yeah, exactly. That part, curious. Exactly. Like, and especially me. I have more people here today talking mostly because it's the day before Thanksgiving and people aren't at work. That part. I don't know where it is on anybody chat, but it's right here for me. And if you don't have mods with mini painting, it's massively disrupted to have to put the project down and go delete a message. Oh, I'm sorry, Brody. Oh, nope, I said Brody. We're going to get it. Yeah, I said Brody. Brody.tv is not on, but Brody's mama's still here. I know I said his name. I'm sorry. No time. Granted, he's not on screen, so he didn't hear you say his name. Because had she heard you say his name, she would have taken the door out on the way in. One of these nights, I swear I'm going to have my phone ready to go and I'm going to catch her power sliding around the corner. Y'all do not understand how much Ripley is in love with Misty's dog. Like, just Ripley loves Brody the way that Seeger loves Cypher. Like, I gotta be careful at this point not to pull up fucking TikTok with the sound on if the dog is close enough to jump on me. Just in case. Because Stormy is gonna want to go to Starbucks. And then Brody's gonna bark. Well, yes, when a 101-pound dog decides to use you as a springboard. Well, I mean, it's funny because they both have the same gotcha day. Misty adopted Brody the same day that we adopted Ripley, like completely without knowing. They're very much parasocial puppers. Seeger less so because Seeger actually knows Cypher to a point that, like, he'll just come in here and lay his head in my lap when she's streaming. Or if I go see her and then come home and he smells her on me, he will go stare at the door and go, "Where is she?" And then proceed to not talk to me for a day because I didn't bring her home with me. Like, all I gotta do is give Cypher one hug, and if I don't bring her home, I get the silent treatment from my dog. Shut up, awkwardish bot. I already did all of that. I actually self-cared today. Seeger, what is wrong with you, my guy? Yes, correct. Hey, Panic Bomb, welcome in. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm very excited about it. I've literally found out this morning. I couldn't sleep last night. I was up. I am running on 90 minutes of sleep in the last 36 hours. They emailed me yesterday afternoon and I completely forgot to check my email yesterday. So I found out this morning at like 5:30. So I'm very excited to be one of the new Monumentals. I always recommend Turbo if you are trying to bounce a sub around. I always recommend get Turbo. It's the cost of it's a little more than 2 subs. And yeah, I get the money anyway. I will get the turbo money. Now, it's not as much as the people who don't have turbo. I think we get less of a cut from turbo than if you just sat and watched the ads. But you don't get the ads and I still get a little bit of money. But Twitch Turbo is $12 a month, so it's a little more than 2 subs, and you don't get ads on any channel. And the streamer still gets paid some of the ad revenue. But to give y'all an idea, like, I'm not shy about how much money I make on this platform at all. I've always been honest about it. I'm gonna go into my monetization. I'll tell you right now exactly, like, all of the things. So for November, and I'm only going to look at November, I have made, I'm actually not doing too bad this month on subs. 15% of my income currently is ads. Like, of that 15%, like 20% is turbo. No, 10% is turbo. Sorry. I'm bad at math. But it is November 22nd. I've made $113 this month. And about 20-ish% of that was ads. Oh yeah, you can use the follower emotes. You can't, if you have turbo, you can't use the regular emotes. Prime you can, regular subs you can. You can use follower emotes, you just have to be a follower. But turbo is across, it's for everybody. I don't get ads in anyone's channel. Right? Like, and I've had to switch to turbo mostly because, like I said, that's a 90% hit for me for where I was 18 months ago. So I've lost a lot of my income. I can't afford to sub to everybody anymore. So I stay subbed to people I am actually friends with and like speak to on a reasonably regular basis. And everybody else I use turbo. Because I literally just cannot afford to support everybody anymore. I just can't. So I love turbo and we'll sing turbo's praises till they take it away from us. My brush trying to split on me. Yep. I'm gonna assume that's, oh my god. Oh my god. Do y'all, if you have captioning on, I'm sorry. The way my captioner just picked him up going, of. It literally just said of and a great big old line across the bottom of the screen. It thought my dog was talking. That's what it said when I said it. But when he started barking, it literally just said of across the bottom. I looked up and saw it. I'm like, oh no. Ripley Ann Mariah Olsen. I think the fuck not. No. Come here. Come on. Ma'am, don't make me get up out of this chair. I know I need a break, but I'm waiting until the next set of ads. Yes, Streamiversary was last week. I just, for whatever reason, the bot is still screaming about it. I turned it off. I literally fixed all of my stuff. I went through all of them and double checked that everything that was supposed, and then Awkwardish Bot has developed a mind of their own today. Pandora just came up through the fucking ads and was like, hey, guess what? I live here now. Pandora is my channel mascot and emotes. She gets a new hairstyle next week. Yo, I love a squeaky bab. I may actually need to get new paint because it's like the paint is not actually laying down now. So it might just be getting a little too juicy. I just got a text message. Now, if I'm getting a text message in the middle of the stream, it's only a handful of people that can do that. So I got to check it. It is my oldest child. What does my oldest child want? She wants to know what we're eating for Thanksgiving dinner tomorrow. Not small, not small at all. I'm actually small. I, at panda sized, am smaller than my oldest child. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Lots of bot follows, I think. She really is asking the important questions. See, here's where I really could have been that mom, because tonight she's not going to her apartment. Well, she's going to her apartment right after work, and then she's coming here. She's staying here tonight because she has been requested to make a giant fucking lasagna for tomorrow. So I could just have responded, lasagna. Let's try not to use stupid, though. Silly. We try not to use ableist stuff here, even if it's spelled different. But she makes, so, okay, y'all. Hi, it's me, Panda. Let's explain something. She's making this lasagna based on a stuffed shells recipe that is some of the best stuffed shells I've ever had in my life. But it's much easier to make it as a lasagna and just as tasty. Here's where the kicker is. It's my husband's ex-wife's recipe. It's better than mine. Pukra, I will see if she will give me the recipe and I'll drop it in Discord. So I know what goes in it, and I know it is sweet Italian sausage, cream cheese, shredded Parmesan. They don't use ricotta, they use cream cheese and shredded parm. Spinach, and then all of the seasonings like garlic and Italian seasoning, and I have my basil that I grew that we can put in it. And then the sauce. Oh, I'm sorry, Pukra. Mine all grew in an arrow garden. Totally worth it. I'm actually going to be ordering this stuff to reset mine because we just pulled all the plants out of it. It was due for a reset. So far, so good. A little bit at a time. I'm not sure, and I've heard about that too. I just ordered the seeds from there because the seeds have a guarantee, and they've never not taken. I've had some that have gotten pretty weak and not super comfortable in there that I've had to like pull out, but for the most part, everything's been fine. They do eventually hit a breaking point, though. I'm looking for this paint. Where is it? There it is. I think this paint has just gotten a little thin, so it's getting a little grumpy with me, so I'm just gonna grab some fresh. Yeah. I mean, some of it might get a little thicker, some of it might get a little thinner. The wet palette keeps it pretty thin, but I'm also pulling a lot of it out as I go. So it's also some of it's starting to dry out and some of it's starting to thin out, which is making it dry even faster. Wet palettes are really good for like keeping paint wet for just so long. But I need it, you know, because my house is so dry that if I put it in a regular dry palette, the paint is going to dry in like minutes. Sometimes I can keep it kind of juicy for a while, but I want to use this paint straight out of the bottle and not have to mix it with anything, so... Pirate Steam just told on you. Yeah, I mean, it can get very humid here, but because of the way my house is built, it is designed to be sealed. Humidity doesn't get in. The house is just naturally very, very dry. So if I want the house to feel like any more moist, we need to get a humidifier. And we had an option for a whole house humidifier when we built the house, but we didn't take it because we didn't think we were going to need it because we live in an area that is pretty humid. No. Thanks, Panic Bomb. I'm very happy with her. Did you see the back? This is what she's looking like with all of the striping done. I do need to go in and do some shading cleanup and some line cleanup, but that's what she's gonna look like all over when she's done. The hope is that I'm done with her tonight. Which, now that Pirate has got me thinking about how to display her at PAX, I am 100% going to be running to Michael's as soon as I am done here. It is a lot of outlining. So the back of her cloak, I got about 10% of the leaves done on stream Monday. The rest of her cloak was 9.5 hours yesterday. Give or take. And now I get to do the same thing to all of the shapes on the front of her. I'm not going to touch the dress for the most part until I'm done with streaming because I want to be able to hold her super close to me and y'all won't be able to see her. So, because I'm not about to be a titty streamer, because the only way y'all would be able to see her is if I tip my camera this way, and y'all would literally be looking down my shirt while I'm holding on to her, close enough that I could paint all the outlines. And while I ain't got nothing against people who stream like that, do your thing and get your money. Not me. It is 100% not for me. Potentially, yes. Well, I mean, Twitch doesn't take interest in general, because I can tell you right now that every time that I get up in the morning and I load into Twitch, there's somebody that's doing a hot tub and shower stream who's basically sitting on camera with a couple of pasties on, doing like jumping jacks and stuff in the shower. It literally suggests her to me every day. And I'm just like, that's not what I'm here for, but thanks. So if Twitch took issue with somebody being able to see the top of my titties while I was painting a mini, I would really have an issue. But I'm not trying to do that on stream. I will literally just extend my lights out closer to me and sit back in my chair so I can lock my arms to my body so that I can have a little bit steadier hands, because I have really, really bad handshakes because, hi, I'm disabled. You know, so traumatic brain injury will do that to you sometimes. I hear you whimpering. Is Chloe outside and you're crying because you want to go see your girlfriend? I'm not putting you out there. Seeger's whimpering in the other room, staring out the back window very forlornly, which means Chloe's probably out back. She's the only other dog allowed to exist in the neighborhood that he doesn't, like, absolutely detest. Sorry if I get quiet. This is like super tedious work now. Yeah, the whole body painting stuff's its other whole thing. As a matter of fact, there's a whole body painter that I follow that's also a Warhammer painter. She's great. And every single time she streams and she's painting, even if I'm lurking, I find 5 or 6 people to ban in this channel. Because it's always the same people that come in with the, there should be no female Space Marines, it's not in the lore. I was in there one day and blessed Dr. Rhino was trying to school these people because there were female Space Marines originally. They took them out of the lore because the models wouldn't sell because it was a bunch of dudes playing the game. And now there's a call to put them back because there's a lot more women getting into the hobby. See, also, there's a lot of guys in the hobby that are like, yeah, we would love to have some new stuff. Mm-hmm. It's just somebody existing outside of the house. You're fine. Relax. But there's always going to be people that are so used to it and don't like the change. There's always going to be people that, you know, don't want to see that kind of representation. They don't care, whatever. And at the end of the day, yeah, that's very possible. It might. I think it'll be sooner than that. I don't think it'll get to 11th edition. I think by the end of 2024 we have female Space Marines. I think at this point there's enough women getting into the hobby. I think at this point there's enough women who are a part of the community. And I love how the argument's always like, well, they're sisters and the sisters are great. Yeah, you're right. The sisters are fucking badass. They're great. We would like more representation, please. But you have representation. We have one tiny little faction. Inclusive means, you know, included, not separated. There was another word I was looking for and I lost it because Patchwork is here. Hi, Patchwork. Can I get a shout out for Patchwork, please? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. How are you doing today? I'm actually painting this for the Monument Hobbies Challenge. I am making was gonna be a coloring book and now has kind of become stained glass mini that is gonna be stepping out of an art piece. I'm doing okay. I am getting ready for PAX, trying to get this finished up because she's coming with me to Arcadian Brush. I have a dog who's being a jerk. Hi, baby. Can I help you? Would you like to be on stream? You have to come over here, though. Come here. Right here. There you go. If you would like love and snugs, you have to say hi to everybody on... No. Up here. Boop. Thank you. Here, we'll go under the chin to keep your head up. So this is Seeger. This is my boy. This is who everybody's heard barking all day. He's Gumbus. He's a good boy. He's also kind of a jerk. And doesn't like when other people exist outside of the house. There, are you better now? You got love? Boop. He self-boops, which is hilarious. He's been able to do that since he was puppy. I just go boop, and he'll boop himself. Boop. You're gonna make a liar out of me all of a sudden? Boop. Thank you. Hi, baby. I know, mommy take nap later. Mama's got to go to the store today. Or maybe we'll go Monday. All right, go lay down. That's actually quite possible, Valk. So people who are assigned female at birth, typically, because of evolutionary stuff and hunter and gatherer cultures and stuff from the beginning, tend to have a better ability to see color. So that makes sense. And that's just kind of a general rule. It's not everybody. There are quite a few people assigned male at birth that have a really, really good ability to visualize the color spectrum. It's just more common genetically. Like, you know, that test that's like all the stripes and like how well you can see color, and there's like 36 stripes, and the average person can see like usually 25 to 28 of them, and I can see 34 of them. Which also means there's plenty of colors that hurt my eyeballs. Because I got the weirdest superpowers, right? I have aphantasia, so I have no visual mind's eye that's active. But I can see more color than most people can. My other two superpowers being I have like incredibly sensitive hearing to a point that it causes audio processing issues. And I have an incredible sense of smell to the point that I annoy the piss out of my husband. Because I can literally smell every little tiny gross thing that ever happens anywhere around me. If my dog farts halfway across the house, I know it. Speaking of which, Briar, are you here? I just want to know if he's here. Before I embarrass him, I want to ask him if I can tell everybody what happened last night, because it was fucking hilarious. There's so many people in the arts with it, Patchwork, and I think I have a working theory that there are so many people that are in the arts with it because we can't visualize. And because we can't visualize, we need to be able to put it on paper or put it on a mini or write it down or draw it out, because we can't picture it. So we need that. Exactly. We create the things we want to see because we can't do it in our heads. I actually had someone question my abilities as a writer because I don't have a movie that plays in my head when I read a book. And I'm like, no, I just over describe things and then have to edit after. I'm really good at descriptions because I can't see it. And I will look up references for everything. Goddess preserve anyone that has to look at my search history for like my writer's accounts. Yeah, mini painting streams are great. Follow Patchwork for sure, because Patchwork has an amazing stream of art and all the things. By the way, Patchwork, I haven't had a chance to tell you, the pic that you did for Doc is amazing. It's really, really good. I definitely made very loud noises in my office when I finally got to see it. He's incredibly happy with it, from everything I can tell. Because he was talking about it on stream the other day and was just like bouncing in his chair. I was like, yep. But I do have an ad fix in the start. I do need to take a break. I haven't gotten up in like 2 hours. So I'm going to take a quick like 3 to 5 minute break. I'm going to let the ads run. I'm going to use a little panda's room. I'm going to refresh my water bottle. I'm going to get up and stretch and move around. I suggest everybody else do the same. Stretch, go get water, go get food, take your med. You could tell she was asleep because her ear was up. Take your meds if you haven't taken your meds, and I'll be back in like 3 to 5 minutes. I just have to get up and move around for a couple of moments. So I will BRB. In the meantime, if you are staying here, tell me what art projects you're working on, because I'm nosy and I want to know. Any type of art. All of it works. All right, I am back. Thank y'all for bearing with me. The puppos needed to go out too, so it took a little longer than expected. I don't know why you're looking at me. I gave you a stick. Go. You had chicky snacks. Tell everybody to go. I went potty and then I came in and I got a chicky stick, and I'm very happy about my chicken jerky. And now Ripley is laying on my foot. Leaf, that's awesome. We love that. I need to get some writing done myself. Prepping spires, nice. Finishing a water bottle holder, nice. That's awesome. You have to be your own pack mule this year? Yeah. I know the feeling. Latest print of the level 1 Goblin, nice. Oh, Tunisian. I wish I could do Tunisian. I can't get a hand on it. Emote commissions are great. It sounds like you're gonna do a whole bunch of art stuff, Booker. That's awesome. Sorry, I'm just reading back through chat. Christmas wreath sounds like a lot of fun. You may have accidentally become a DM. I have been there. Blackjack, I feel you. I've been working on this mini for a month. I should have had B paint me or print me. I should have really like hounded him to print me Junie sooner, but it's fine because I'm just gonna take her. All right, let me get my headset back on so I can actually see things. For those of you who don't know, this is my friendly neighborhood headset. I had to take the nose bridge off because of where my glasses sit, so I had to make a little thing for my forehead. But I need it because I can't see. My eyesight's just not that great. Yeah, sounds like people are into a lot of cool stuff. I love that for everybody involved. Also, I'm super sorry in advance if I start cussing out a dog in a little bit. Both of them are under my desk, and where Ripley is laying, one of my monitors is likely to get unplugged in the next 10 or 15 minutes. Because she's going to get tired of sitting where she's sitting, and she's going to want to get up, and her ass is going to hit the cord. It never fails. It happens all the time, and it annoys the crap out of me. I promise you all I love my dogs. I promise we've tried everything, and her ass will just always hit that spot. The entire inside of this pouch. Okay, that's gonna have to get taken care of later. Like the top of the pouch on the inside around here, I missed it. So I'm gonna have to get the brown out and fix that in a minute. But we're we're lining everything, we're highlighting everything, we're drawing everything in. I'll worry about all that other stuff later. I'll just add it to the list of a million things I need to do. Hi DC, can I get a shout out for DC please? And for anybody who's going to be at PAX U, you will be able to get to see this and my Dreadnought up close and in person in the case. I'm sorry if I get quiet. I'm working in a really tight spot and my hands are still a little shaky today, so. But I ain't got time to fight handshakes. I ain't got no choice. This has got to be done next week. This literally has to be photographed and ready to go, and then I have to go get the stuff to make it into like the little diorama or little display piece that I'm working with. See, there you go. I've run into the problem where I'm losing where the sculpt is a little bit for where to paint these lines because I've already painted it all. So I'm kind of just guessing where I need to put these lines in. Because there's always a good bit of these that are fake it till you make it. Not too bad. I'm not mad at it. I do need to fix that little spot in there, but... Sorry if quiet, freehanding a thing here. That was not too bad. That wasn't too bad for one straight line. It's the straightest thing I've ever done. Okay, well, maybe except for marry my support heterosexual, but that's a whole other thing. That's literally... That's become the running joke between me and my sister for a minute. I forgot to shade a thing, so I'm going to do that real quick. My sister was really, really sick, and I asked her if she needed me to come down and help take care of her, because at the time, her and her husband were having issues going on, and marriage was a little shaky, and she was caring for a very small baby. And she was just really sick, and I'm like, do you need me to come down there to help out with stuff? Because I can be there in like a day. And she went to type out, no, you're okay, I have support here. And as she was typing it out, it said, no, you're okay, I have a support heterosexual. It just auto-filled it in. So now we call our partners the support heterosexuals. Because autocorrect just chose violence. Well, I mean, it's the source of great memes, but then, like, I always have to explain the joke and I hate it. I always tell people, I am a panda and I am trash, but I am not a trash panda. And people will always yell at me, you're not trash. No, y'all don't understand how hard it is to get Apple's autocorrect to understand that the word Trish is a name, unless it is programmed into your phone already. Because unless it is a contact in your phone, it will autocorrect Trish to trash every single time. Especially if you're bad about remembering to capitalize shit. Exactly that. And it's kind of been like that. And then finally, somebody tried to text me and put my name in just to double check, like, who it was. And it auto-corrected it to trash. And they're like, I get it now. Oh, especially lately. I just upgraded the software on my my MacBook Pro, and whatever the new one is, Ventura or whatever it is, it reset all of the autocorrect and nothing works anymore. I can't type in a Twitch chat in Safari, because if I do, it fucks up everything I'm saying. It just completely reset everything, and it's so frustrating. I'm just mixing up the tiniest little bit of this to do some highlights on some of this leather real quick while I have this brown here. I forgot to color the cork. So I'm just very quickly going in here and doing a couple of little highlights while I've got this paint out. And the only reason that I switched to do this for a second rather than keep outlining is I need to outline those spots, and I can't do it if they're not the right color. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Thanks so much for the follow. Welcome in. You're doing chill paint and chat today. Thanks so much for the follow. All right. I'm going to highlight this cork now. This is one of those things where because of the style that I'm painting this in makes stuff like this little bottle a little difficult because it's round. Because I have to make the choice between, do I only allow one directional lighting, right? Or do I do it so that it looks like the light is ambient, which is kind of the whole thing. I'm choosing the just directional to see, because I think that's going to be the play ultimately, because you can't really make a 3D bottle look like there's ambient lighting all the way around. So I have to make a choice on a light source there. So the hope is they don't hold that against me, but oh yeah, no, they kind of do. I could see that. I could see that being a thing. Let's see if I can touch up this one bone that I jacked up. Clean it up a little bit and then go back over it with another line that's much thinner like it is on the other ones. Because what is mini painting if not a way to sit here and fix your mistakes nonstop? Let that dry and then go in and touch up the one spot. I am going to fix this right here though, because this got really bad. Once again, I'm sorry if I get quiet. I am just doing some little touch-ups. Are you dreaming? Oh, hi, baby. You're okay. That doesn't look very comfortable. Ripley's under the desk crying in her sleep, but she's all twisted up under there and trying to like use my footstool that I have under my desk as a pillow. And she's also like trying to hug it. She looks so uncomfortable and she is dead asleep. I, who only got 90 minutes of sleep last night, am incredibly jealous. And I know I said I was going to run to Michael's right after stream. The more I'm thinking about it, I'm not. I may see if Briar wants to take me later on tonight. But I'm running on 90 minutes of sleep. I probably shouldn't be making a 40-minute drive. I mean, I feel fine, but at the same time, I'd rather be safe. Yeah, it's not really so much that it's a low spoons day, so much as it is I may feel fine, but I also only got 90 minutes of sleep, and all I need is for my reaction time to be just a little bit too slow and somebody do something not smart on the road. So for me, it's not even about spoons. It's just about what's going to be safe for everybody. Manny, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I don't know if I need a smaller paintbrush or if this paint needs to get refreshed again, just like the other one did. I feel like I'm starting to get diminishing returns of what's here. And I might just need another drop. I'm just trying to like highlight around some of these little bubbles. Now's the hard part. And to make this look like an even shape that would be in a coloring book. So what's everybody up to? Woohoo! Oh, really, Patrick? What you learning? And do you have a preferred method of learning? I'm sitting on a pretty healthy Duolingo streak with Spanish right now. I'd really like to get my Spanish back. I lost so much of it leaving Florida. Nice. Hi, Ripley. Do you need mommy to move so you can get up? Yeah, the outlining just makes it. It gives it that real art piece come to life kind of thing. No, I was actually pretty good with Spanish when I lived in South Florida because pretty much everybody I knew spoke Spanish. The problem was is that I lived in a neighborhood that was on the border between Dade and Broward County. So literally right between Miami and Fort Lauderdale. And because of where we were located and because we weren't down by the beach, so we weren't where the money was, we lived in a very mixed cultural area. So we had, you know, it was almost an even spread between people who were Latine, black or white. But across the board, it was Mexican, Honduran, Cuban, Puerto Rican, Haitian, and Dominican were like all in one spot. So there was multiple different dialects of Spanish on top of French, on top of forms of Creole, on top of English. We had our own like community language, and I retained quite a bit of the Spanish for a while, and then I had a head injury and I lost quite a bit of it because in recovery we didn't focus on getting Spanish back because I couldn't speak English. Immediately following my accident, like I was struggling to put words together. It was really, really scary. So we focused on being able to make sure that my English was okay and didn't think about all of the Spanish that I was going to lose. And now I'm in a place where mentally I'm starting to be able to process the Spanish again. So I'm trying to relearn it. And of course, it's a wholly different form of Spanish than what I spoke as a kid, so. I need a little bit more paint. That's just kind of what it boils down to. And I may actually let her sit here for a minute and work on the base a little bit. I'm going to go in with this tiny brush and start putting some of these cracks on the base. Just as a way to get my brain to refocus on something new for a few minutes. Sorry, I know the camera's bouncing around. I set this down on it, not realizing the base was metal on the thing holding the doggo cam, and it just got stuck. I'm like, oops. So part of this, I already know where the cracks are going to go because there is like a hairline line that goes through the mini. Because we think there's a piece of dog hair in one of the vats. So to combat that, I'm actually going to go in and I'm going to go over all of those lines and add some cracks to some of these stones. And I don't want it to be a ton because, again, I want it to look and feel very comic booky. But at the same time, like, I don't want to risk the cracks being able to be seen on the mini and seen as what they are, and that's the flaws in the base. There's just nothing we could have done about it, you know? Like, we didn't see it till it was primed because it was so thin. I'm sorry your phone died, but I'm glad you had a PC you could swap to hang out. Trying to make sure I got that entire crack. Because it doesn't go all the way across the mini, but it does go across a couple pieces of it. Sorry, I'm just checking one thing real quick. Okay, cool. It's so hard to keep up with like all the 90 million different things going on. I keep putting it directly under the camera because it looks different in the camera than it does looking at it. So you can kind of get a feel for what the base is going to look like by looking in the camera. That's how I test my 3-foot rule. Blackjack, that is a feeling I can relate to very, very well, so I get it. Sometimes you just need to call it a day. Once again, I'm sorry if I get quiet. I am just trying to paint a few of these cracks on, and then I'm going to set her on top of here, and I'm going to see how they look, because some of the thicker ones in the middle are going to get covered by her body, but some of the ones around the outside won't. So I kind of want it to feel like there are really random cracks in some of these stones, because it's a very old forest she's walking through is kind of the vibe. Yeah, that's not too bad. That's sitting in her real good. That one behind her just gets weird because of where the crack is, but it's fine. And just like fill in this spot. Make it feel like there's pieces missing of the stone, maybe. I'm trying to get it to be just enough to hide it. And that one may feel like too much, but it is going to be at the back of the mini. And I might just paint over this and fix it, but we'll see. I think it might be too many cracks on that. I'm just going to have to adjust it, which is fine. I'll worry about that later. I'm just going to mix up some of this brown and paint it. But most of them look pretty good. Honestly, that one might just get a strip of green stuff right across the top and get it primed and painted. Or I might stick one of the pieces of moss down on top of that. That might be a real good place for a piece of moss. Ugh. Do it a quick stretch. And then picking her right back up. Oh, Ripley, shush. Ripper, really? Why are you acting like it is the end of the world, babe? Hmm? Why are you so fucking cute? Oh, I'm gonna get y'all a picture of this dog. Let me show y'all what this dog is doing right now, so that you can perceive her ridiculous as much as I do. This is the scene under my desk right now. No, I have no clue what she got on her elbow. She picked up like a drop of paint or something. But please note, this is what's going on under my desk right now. She's just done. Someone is at my door 14 minutes ago. Probably UPS dropping off food. Nope. It is our Christmas decoration that is blowing in front of the fucking camera. Thank you. Oh, we did just have ads pop. I do apologize for anybody who's stuck behind them. My dogs are being my dogs. Yeah, hi baby girl. I am talking about you because you are little and sweet, and we're going to do the panda bop now, and you're going to still sleep. Do 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 do. Do you need to get out from under there? Are you uncomfortable now that you woke up? Okay, give mommy a minute. Just give me. Oh, okay. We're not giving mommy a minute. Okay, go on. That was a whole lot of, no, I'm not giving you a minute. I gotta move now. And then she's limping around like, I'm sore. Ma'am, if you didn't lay down there like, you know, you were a 10-pound dog, even though you're 110 pounds or something along those lines. Limping along. Oh no, the consequences of my own actions. Okay, well, on the orange it starts to look like cheetah spots, so I'm going to make the bubbles all the way around, as opposed to just little hooks. Which means I'll have to go back to the red to do the same just to make a match. This is not supposed to look like cheetah potion. It's supposed to just look like a orange potion. Be a fun take on a potion of speed, though, you know? Potion of the cheetah. Ripper just misses her papa. It's okay, I miss her papa too. All right, better. All right. There's a part in here I'm a little terrified of, but I've got to do it, so here we go. It's this part back in here where her ear and her shoulder and stuff meet because it's such a tight spot. And there's almost no room for error. Okay, well, I didn't completely fuck it up, but it will need a touch up. I don't know if y'all can hear that or not, but if you can hear the snoring, that's Seeger. He's doing the big snore under the desk. Jesus Christ, dog. We're just gonna get started on our boots. I'm basically very gently outlining like the big clumps of fur. Chloe's barking outside. I am surprised Seeger's not already awakened at the back door. Like, what's going on? He is very upset when she barks. At least this much, because he's worried about her. My hands are starting to cramp up a little bit. I know how that goes. We pick up the dog toys around here. It takes about 3 days for all of them to come out of the bucket they're in and be all over the house. Most of them end up in our bedroom, or a good portion of them end up in our bedroom. Because every night when we go to bed, Ripley has to take Papa a toy. It's a thing she does. She will always grab a random toy. It's usually the first one she spots and runs it up to Briar. Because he normally goes upstairs before me. Lately, we've been going to bed about the same time, and she gets very confused, and she's like, I have to find a toy, I gotta find a toy, I gotta find a toy. And she just, like, freaks out and grabs, like, everything. And then, like, can't make up her mind, and they all get left on the stairs. So I'm, like, walking up the stairs, picking up the toys. Because she's a bonehead. It would be more precious if she didn't bring the bones that are like really easy to trip over and get hurt and then leave them in the middle of the floor. Like the really hard bones. She loves to leave those right in the path that B's got to walk between his side of the bed and the bathroom. Or if she brings up her rope bones, or the big like 4-foot long ones, and she'll leave them directly across the path so you can trip. She's secretly a serial killer. That's not too bad. You can tell the difference in the 2 feet. Like the outline looks so much better with like just the effect. I'm very happy about it. I gotta stretch my hands out. This hand keeps locking up because I'm sitting in one position, but where I'm sitting, because of my needing to brace my left arm, it's sitting on a cushion, and the cushion's like basically dead arming my arm and causing my arms to like, my hand to lock up a little bit. So we're gonna do some stretches. Everybody stretch. If you've been sitting here for a while, stretch. I'm gonna re-goblin sit. So what I do is I almost always am sitting on my foot, and then my leg will go to sleep. So then I will pull said foot out and let it breathe for a minute, and then 20 minutes later I want to be back on my foot. Also, I love the look of this paper towel right now. Like, it looks like some kind of really cute watercolor painting, or like a dandelion getting blown in the wind. It's literally just me wiping off excess paint that builds up in the brush as I go. I do have to be careful when I'm outlining like on her feet to make sure everything goes down and under just a little bit. It is accidental art. It's very fun. But you have to remember to wrap up under her feet because you'll be able to see just the littlest bit of the edge. But my paper towel is very much tell me you outlined all day without telling me you outlined all day. Gonna have to repaint her toe because I got some pink paint on her toe. Which is fine, I'll get it fixed, but though I'm very tempted to just be silly and paint her toenails pink. But there's no other pink on the mini except the underpainting for the yellow, so it really would clash. I am very much thinking about painting her toenails though. I painted her fingernails with the Payne's Gray, but you can barely see it, so I think I may go in with like the black instead. Or just the straight red. I mean, if it made sense from a composition standpoint, I'd be all over it, but it's not. It's going to clash really bad because there's no other pink on here. We're going to be going for just a bit longer. I am really trying to get to 3 o'clock so we can raid over to Monument Hobbies when they go live. Bring them a fun little raid. This part's hard because the skirt gets in the way a little bit. Could y'all imagine what would happen if I shuffled this playlist? Shuffle isn't an option, but I could like grab a bunch of songs and move them around and just fuck up everybody's day. I mean, it already happens once in a while, because once in a while I'll just catch a random mute, but then I will catch a random mute every single day for like 4 or 5 days in a row in the exact same spot. And it's usually a song that's all of a sudden a new song gets released by like a big record label that samples something that's very similar. And the auto pickup will pick it up and mute my stream, even though it's not that. So I have to go through the process of having it unmuted, and then I have to go in and find that exact moment in time for the playlist and then go delete it. If it ever happens to the bop, I'll cry. Like, just fully start sobbing. And now I'm just being super careful and very cautious right around the edges of the feet under here. And it's funny because likelihood is nobody's going to see it, but on the off chance they go and flip this mini off, flip it over and she falls off the base or something like that, I want to make sure that, you know, she's not going to get docked because like there's a little corner on the inside of a foot that didn't get painted. far, so good. Again, I'm sorry if I get quiet. I am very honed in on what I am doing right now. You know, I think I'm just going to leave that alone. There's no way they see that easily, so if they're looking that hard, I deserve to lose. So don't think I can get that line in there. I can't. I'll fuck up the whole thing because it's just a weird angle. So I'm just gonna leave it the fuck alone because sometimes that's just what you do. Waiting for my phone to ping because I have grocery order being delivered here sometime in the next hour. Desserts for tomorrow, the stuff for me to make applesauce for tomorrow, and the stuff for JC to make her lasagna for tomorrow. Plus some toiletries and stuff that are needed around the house. I'm sorry if y'all can't see. I've got to turn her a couple of different ways because I can't either. She's hard to find places to hold on her where I'm not pushing against that staff. I'm going to be constantly worried about breaking this damn staff. Anybody else involved in a bunch of prep stuff tonight? I mean, all I gotta do is make applesauce. It's really easy. The hardest part of making the applesauce is making sure that it doesn't get eaten between now and dinner tomorrow. How I make applesauce. So I use Honeycrisp apples because they're kind of in the middle of the sweet to tart scale. And apple cider. And what you do is you chop up the apples into very small-ish pieces. You cover them in a big pot with as much apple cider as needed to just cover them, along with as much sugar, cinnamon, and vanilla as you feel it needs. You do everything kind of to taste. I don't have specific measurements. It's usually brown sugar and white sugar and plenty of cinnamon. More brown sugar than white sugar, and like lots of cinnamon. And you boil it till the apples get mushy. You take all of the apples out with a slotted spoon, put them in some sort of food processor or blender or something along those lines. I use my Vitamix. With a little bit of the liquid, enough to help it spin down, and you pulse it until it's as smooth as you want it, depending on how much texture or smoothness you want for your applesauce. And then you take the reserved dregs and you put them in a jar and you save them to mix with whiskey or tea or to coat around a ham or pork shoulder. I don't have the option of doing stuff tomorrow because we're leaving very early to go to the in-laws because the Lions game is at 11. So, and everybody's in town from Detroit. So we got to be over there very early. So we're getting everything prepped and ready to go tonight. And the kids' lasagna really does need to sit overnight to let the flavors all meld together and then bake tomorrow once we get over there. It should be. They let me do Thanksgiving once. Usually we just go over to my in-laws. Was it? I think it was Thanksgiving that we did. Yeah, it was Thanksgiving, not Christmas. And I never see my sister for Thanksgiving, so. Honestly, I never see my sister for any holiday. I've been holding this paintbrush so close to the nib with my nail. My nail is chipping. I'm going to have to file that after stream. Yeah, I love apple crisps. I love apple anything. I tried to make myself like a little fake baked apple thing the other night. It didn't come out as good as I wanted, and I was very sad about it. But now I'm making, you know, incredibly yummy applesauce, and that will make everything better. I would need another drop of paint right at the end of stream. None of the people I thought were going to go live today have gone live yet, though. Okay. Cool. And the people I was hoping to be able to raid just went live, which means they are streaming today, so I'm going to stop raids to make sure we don't get a last minute raid. And this is where I am going to call it. I'm going to take a little break because my elbow is starting to hurt because I'm leaning on it so hard. So rather than get more paint and feel pressured to use all of that up, I'm just going to take a break for a little bit. So we're going to go over and raid Monument Hobbies. I am going to put black around the bottom of this base and take a little bit of a break from having my headset on and being like nose into this mini. So I will post pictures as I work on things. If you are celebrating tomorrow, happy Thanksgiving. I hope everyone has a wonderful Thursday. I will be back on Friday, sometime around 10 or 10:30 in the morning, maybe a little later. I am definitely streaming on Friday, provided that I am feeling well, which I should be fine. I might sleep in a little bit Friday morning, so I might end up streaming slightly later than usual, just because it might be nice to just snuggle with my husband for a couple extra hours and try to actually get some sleep, because we all know I ain't been sleeping lately. So, you know, life. But let me get a raid started. If one of the mods could exclamation point raid so people could grab the raid call. we're going to go ahead and get the raid started. Once again, I am now an affiliate for Monument Hobbies. You can !MH anytime you want and get the link and the code. Code is Panda for 10% off your first order. After that, it's 5% off using my link. But yeah, we're going to go hang out with the Monument Hobbies crowd. They're great. Again, I now work with them. So, you know, I found out yesterday, good day to raid them. We're going to go hang out there. I will be there in chat while I'm working. I am going to get up and stretch for a couple of minutes. And then sit back down and continue to paint. But thank you all so much. Everybody have a wonderful rest of your day. Have a good weekend. If you're celebrating, have a good holiday. Be nice, be kind, be your wonderful selves. And I'll see everybody on Friday. Bye, y'all.